And we are live. Beautimus. All right, let me make sure I got this thing set up right. Yep. Okay. Well, it should be snapping. Yeah, there it goes. Wow, that was weird. Went totally blank there for a second. Okay, sorry. Well, this thing is not allowing my headset to be recognized, even though it was yesterday and this morning. Whatever. It's just the way it goes for me on a regular basis. So you can still hear me fine. What we're doing today is just going over the update in regard to the new licensing system. So we now have released a brand new licensing system that's going to be much, much easier for you guys to deal with. You won't have, an individual license key that you'll use for each and every single indicator, which is really a pain to get started. All you'll have to do is add the email that you use to log into the website into a little pop-up. You just want to make sure that after you uninstall the old one and you install the new one, that you delete the underscore workspaces folder, or not folder, the file. But I'm going to walk you through all of that now, just to give you an example of it live. And Bloodhound, the folks at Shark Indicators, Jeremy and Zach, Keith, they have released a new version of Bloodhound, which I think is definitely useful. It has quite a few fixes in there, especially in Bloodhound too. So while it's not totally essential that you have it, if you can use it, like if you've paid up your maintenance fee, then you should definitely install it, which I'll do now. So I want to just kind of walk you through the entire process of getting everything set up here. And this odd deal here that happens, does anybody know why it actually happens where you lose the icons like this? I think it's because it's going into the public folder. And I don't know why these updates for Ninja 10 have added that public folder. You see that? Very, very dodgy, if you ask me. I have a private network, so why would, when I install anything, it go into the public? I suppose that's so anybody else could use it if they logged in under a different account name, but I haven't set up any other accounts. That's why I don't like it. I don't like the idea of having a public folder on my computer. There ought to be an option to not have that. So anyhow, do you want me to show you how to fix that real quick? Let me just do that, because it is a little bothersome. So when there's not an option to choose which user the installer is going to install the application for, when you have no choice, usually it'll say install for current user only or install for all users. When there isn't a choice, it's basically installing for all users, and then it adds these .inc files. They're supposed to be .ico or ICO files. I'm not sure what the difference is there now, but I don't know. A lot of little nuances in Ninja 10 that are a little bit difficult to understand, but at any rate, it's adding these to the public desktop folder, which is actually a hidden folder. See it? How it's hidden? So in order to even see it, you've got to click on the menu here. Okay, you may have to change your settings around or figure out how to get this menu to show up. Typically, you just right click right at the top here and go to options. And then you go to the view tab. I set it to where it always shows the menus, and this is the menu. So when it's not set to do that, then all of this will be hidden, and you'll have to click on this little down button here, this little down arrow, up arrow. And if that's unchecked, then you'll have a little pin that you can click on and you can make it permanently open. So I always keep the menus open permanently. And then I've got display file icon on thumbnails off, and yet it's still doing it. There's still something weird about this PC here. And then you can display the full path, whatever, but this is where you turn it on. Show hidden files, folders, and drives. Okay, so I show the hidden files and folders, but then I hide the empty drives because I have a lot of like SD card drives and all sort of stuff on this machine. And hide folder merge conflicts, blah, blah, blah. Show drive letter, yeah. Show the encrypted or compressed files in a different color, yeah. And then I don't use the sharing wizard at all. I've closed down all open connections to this computer. I've been on several gentlemen's computers recently, and they have had their networks so fully and utterly just wide open and exposed and public that anyone nearby or anyone that even, just happened to figure out their IP address by whatever means that hackers can do that sort of thing, they could have easily accessed anything on his network. So he had a fully public network, everything was exposed, and that of course is no bueno. So you want to make sure that you've got a private network, obviously. But anyhow, I'm going to apply that and then apply it to all folders. And okay. So now I can see the public desktop, and I can just delete those two. And I'll actually cut these out of here. Paste them over there. There we are. All right. Now that we've got that covered, if you want to make your if you just want to check that your network is private, open up the systems, or sorry, the settings. Windows 10, if you guys are still on Windows 7, I know a lot of you are, and I don't blame you, but if you're still on 7 and you don't know that much about 10, or sorry, if you've just moved to 10 from 7 or 8 or whatever, everything is kind of split up between the Windows settings and the task manager, not the task manager, but the control panel. Okay. So some of your options that you're familiar with from the control panel will now be in the settings window. So if you want to make sure that your Ethernet connection or whatever connection it is that you're using is private, then you just want to go to the network tab from the settings window. So your settings is right here when you click on the window in the bottom left corner. See? There it is there. And I always pin it to start and I pin it to the taskbar. So I've got my settings window here, got my services here, and then control panel, and then the task manager, and then so on and so forth for the most used programs that I have on this one. So this is the computer that I'm going to have everything other than all of my trading stuff on. The computer that I'm using for trading now is just about rebuilt, and well, it is rebuilt. I've just got to add a couple of drivers and I'll be done with it in about an hour basically. So again, to check your network, open up the settings, go to network and internet. It'll tell you right here what it is, just on the status. Okay, see it's set to private. You don't want that to say public. You really don't. So you go to Ethernet if it's an Ethernet connection, and then you can click on that network and change it from public to private. Okay. So now that we've covered that, I'm going to make sure that I've uninstalled Shark Indicators. I like this category view from the control panel, and you can just type in control panel. And there are two different ways to uninstall a program on Windows 10 from the control panel or from the settings. So the settings window will also show you all of the Windows Store apps that have come with the Windows installation. From the control panel, you may not see all of those. Like from the control panel, I don't think it's going to show you this app installer here, or the alarms and clock, you know, all these, like the camera. I don't think it's going to show you any of those. But we're not really worried about seeing those Windows store apps. So just go to the control panel like you're used to and go to programs, pardon me, uninstall a program. And then click on name just so it's sorted by alphabetical order, and scroll down to the TTPs and uninstall all of the previous TTP indicators, all of them. And then you're going to re-download everything from the site, and the same email that you use to log into the site is the email that you will use then to license your indicators. All right, so yeah, let me go ahead and give you the link for YouTube here. How do I click on this share button? There we go. There we go. Okay. YouTube recording. All right. There you have it. Now then, once you've uninstalled all of the TTP stuff, I would restart the computer just so the registry can reset and all that and clear out all the leftovers and whatnot from the registry. You don't necessarily have to do that, but I think it's best practice to restart the computer after uninstalling a program, even after installing a program. But anyway, make sure that you run the newest Shark Indicators installer as well, and the newest NinjaTrader installer. I think the NinjaTrader is on 22.2. Where are you? Can't believe they don't tell me that here. Well, I guess it's not the actual installer, obviously. Well, let me just show you real quick. This is always the fastest way to do it, just ninjatrader.com. You can use your license key and do all that, but it takes forever. Just use the same email that you always use. Once it validates, it'll give you the option to get some live data, but they only give you that option once. So just click on no. And now it will take me to the download page. And then click on Ninja 8. And there it is, 22.2. Okay, and I believe that was released about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, about 6 weeks ago. Okay, 7 weeks. So most of you guys have that already. This 0.2 is just a minor update. Well, I'm not going to talk about that. So I'm going to download it. And there it is. So this is how you can right click on it and go to the properties and then the digital signature. And you can see when it was signed, make sure that it's NinjaTrader LLC, you know, that it's not some virus laden program from CNET or whatever. And when it was built. So this was built on June 15th, 2020. Yeah, so that was that's what I thought. It's about a month old. I don't know why it still says June 2nd, but I think it was 22.1 that was June 2nd. And this was like a little patch that came out 2 weeks later. All right, so yeah, run that if you haven't already. Run the Shark Indicators installer if you haven't already. I'm sure it's going to put this one into that public folder as well, even though I say to install it here. And then we'll run the 2 latest installers that we have for the master suite. And this, all of this applies to pretty much all of you guys. I know that some of you are in here with just a couple of tools, maybe just the replicator or just, whatever. But all of this applies to all of you as far as the licensing goes. All right, so you know that it's installed correctly if you then land on their homepage. Okay, and then it takes you down to check out the training and all such as that. So now then, from the website, and I'll log in just to show you. So it's portal.tradetheplan.com, and the license keys that'll show. Actually, I'm not going to make it to where the license keys do show, but once we're sure that everyone has moved over, we're going to probably give everybody about 2 weeks. I think we'll probably give until the end of August, as a matter of fact, for the Europeans. They're mostly on vacation for about 6 weeks, I think, or at least a solid 4. Boy, I wish I lived over there. But typically, once you sign in, it'll take you directly to the member home page, which I'll go to now. But I'm signed in as an admin, so it's not going to look the same for me here as it does for you. But for you guys, it'll show your license keys. You see how once you start scrolling, you've got this table of contents now. So it's not, this isn't the final state of it. We're going to get rid of this bar on the left and clean all this up. It's going to look a lot nicer, but this is definitely an improvement from what we had before, for sure. And it'll show you that there are some things that most of you have been missing, because we can actually track who's downloading what, and most people haven't even realized that there are guides and videos that give a lot of instruction already. But once we've got the new design completed with the new content up, it's going to be a lot easier to go through. It's going to actually, not at first, but the second phase that we'll do will be an actual course layout. Excuse me. And I've got a couple of different choices of tools to use that, or to build that. But this is where you'll go to download all the installers. And you really want to use this Ninja Manager installer. I'm pretty sure Cedric added this to all the memberships at the top. So this is a free indicator as well. So if you don't see it when you log in and you go to the member homepage, then you can find it under the free membership downloads. Okay, so the free membership actually has quite a lot of stuff in there, tools and training and guides and whatnot, some videos, basic videos on market geometry, some Elliott wave stuff, and then the free indicators installer, which you guys do not need. Every single paid product will have the free indicators, all built into them. So you don't need to go back and install these. Okay. But again, if for some reason you don't see the Ninja Manager in your homepage, your member homepage, specific to your membership, then you can come here under the free membership and download it. Let me just put my little annotation dot on here. I click it, but it doesn't. There we are. So you can go to free membership, downloads, and then these are tabs right here. Sorry for all the popping and cracking. And then you just click on this one. Click to download, and then it'll download it. See? 8.2.3.2. And then here is a guide. Oh, you did finish it. Cool. Check it out. So there is your guide to the Ninja Manager. Awesome. I hope he added it to the Master Suite area. We'll check that out in a second. Yeah, so this is a really cool and valuable tool here. The reason we made it free is just because it displays kind of like little ads for the tools that you don't have. It's totally non-invasive. It's not doing anything malicious. It's just simply checking whether you have all of our DLLs or not, and whichever DLLs you don't have, it will just rotate through some images of those tools that we have available that you do not yet own or you do not yet have installed. Okay, so if you've got everything installed, which I'm about to have, then it'll just show this funny little ninja dude. We're ninjas trading our Ninja Trader. Not cheesy at all. Pretty good little guide there. Proud of him. All right. We've got Cedric and Akosh have come a long way on the toolbar guide as well, which looks like we'll have all that done sometime next week. I was about to say Monday, but then that would be me doing my, usual. Overpromise, underdeliver. But yeah, they've got a good chunk of the guide done, and then I've got some videos to make and some GIFs or GIFs or whatever they are. So now then, let's do this. Make sure I've got 8.2.3.2 for the Ninja Manager. I think I can just open it up actually. I thought I could see all that information from here. Eight 8.2.3. See, it doesn't show you the last two. I don't like that. All right, so I'm going to run over top of this. This one you actually can run right over top of the old one. the way that we have it set up now, as long as you're starting from 8.2. If you have 8.1, you need to uninstall it first. But by now, you guys that have been using this will definitely have had 8.2 for some time now. So I'm going to just go ahead and run this and make sure that it's actually current. If it is, I believe it'll say repair. No, I think it was current. It's just removing the previous one anyway. I think he made it like that just in case there was a mistake in the version number control, which has happened in the past. So now I've got that same problem, see? It's gone into the whatchamacallit folder. But that's all right. I can just delete that one. It's gone into the public folder. So you right click on it, go to properties, and you can see where it is. No, it says it's here. Okay, maybe it's the one that I had that's in the public folder. Yep, see? So bizarre, right? I don't know why they can't get that sorted out, but anyway, I'm gonna delete the bad one and I'm gonna go back to the users folder from C drive to users and then the public folder. And all this is recorded so you can go back and watch it and slow it down or speed it up, whatever. And then I'm just gonna cut that out of the public folder and paste it back here in my user folder. All right. Now then. Yep. We're just not showing the last two is all. So this thing is really, really cool. I'm not going to explain all of the ins and outs of this. I want to get to the licensing system as quickly as possible. Sheesh, it's already been about an hour. I'll have to give you guys a break for at least 5 minutes once we hit about an hour, just so you can come back and be clear-headed for this next part. Otherwise, it may not sink in. So I'll run the installers and then I'll wait. We'll take a little break after that. And then when we come back, then I'll show you how to do the licensing, okay? So let's do that now. So there are two installers, right? You've got one for the templates and workspaces, and then one for all of the DLLs. Okay, there are some settings files included in the DLLs installer. So the one that says Master Suite Ultimate and then the version number, that's the one that contains the software, the actual DLLs. Okay, it also contains the toolbar button images and the sounds and the toolbar layouts. I didn't get a chance to get the new simplified layouts into this one before our build PC hard drive, I guess, burn up. I don't know, it failed, but it is kind of old. It's about 7 or 8 years. And the day before I had vacuumed and stirred up a lot of dust, and I think that may have contributed to it. I'm not sure. I just know that since I've done this Windows 10 May update, everything has been total chaos ever since. I had been being hacked before that, but the Windows 10 update didn't help matters much. I don't know what experience you guys have had with it, but I've had a pretty negative experience with it. Any one of you guys would agree with that? No, I will take a break, Haneke. Thank you. Because a lot of people can't get past an hour-long session without nodding off. So I will give people a 5-minute break so that they can refresh themselves. And then when I come back, we'll do the most important part, which is the licensing part. So now, once you've downloaded the installers and you run them, when you run them, it's going to do a backup of all of your templates and workspaces files. Okay. It shows as if mine are already installed, but let me just remove it. And what it's doing at the end of this, no, it does it when you install a new one. Okay. And like I say, it's best to do this. Okay, this is the one that it does it for. Sorry, this is the templates and workspaces folder installer. We just call it templates, but it's templates and workspaces. This is the one that will do the backup of all of your workspaces and templates folders. So if you find that you're missing workspaces or missing charts or something, they'll be in the backup folder, which I'm going to show you here in a moment. All right, so I've uninstalled those, and now I'm going to rerun them. It was fast. All right, that was the DLLs one. And this is the templates and workspaces. All right, so when I run it again, when I install it, it's going to also run another backup of all of the templates and workspaces files. So eventually that folder will get pretty large. You see what it's doing right there? You just saw it for a split second, but you have that command line script that's doing a backup of all of your templates and workspaces within this templates folder here. So it's backing up the chart, the Blackbird, and the Bloodhound. And I think that's it. It might be backing up the whole thing. I hope he's not doing that, but let's see. It should back up the TTP folder and the workspaces folder too. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about. We'll talk about that after the break, but before you open up now, what you want to do, well, let me just show you that backup folder first. I'm talking about it and then I'm not showing it to you. So let me show it to you first. Anytime you uninstall or reinstall an installer that has the name templates in it, any one of these templates installers is doing the backup. Okay, that backup is stored within the Documents NinjaTrader 8 TTP folder. Okay, there are the installation backups right there. I'll get into these developer extensions in a moment. They're incredibly, well, they're made for programmers. So if you're not a programmer, they're useless to you. But anyway, so there are the only backups that were made today. All right, there's the workspaces. Oh, I see. There we go. Yep. So he includes the name of the installer and the date the backup or the installation or uninstallation was run. So this is actually where I uninstalled it, and this is where I installed it. Okay, so if you find that you're missing some files, chances are they're in one of these folders. And it's probably going to be the uninstallation folder. Okay. Which there they are, right there. The installation folder, because it's already removed all of the files from your workspaces and templates folders, typically will not have anything in it. And I'm going to have our developer make it to where it's going to name them installation or uninstallation. And if after the installation there's nothing in that folder, I'm going to have him go ahead and remove that folder because it's a little bit confusing otherwise. Yeah. So this is the one, the uninstallation folder. And then if we go to the templates, you've got the same thing here. Blackbird, Bloodhound, Chart, and Indicator. Those are the 4 folders he's copying. So these are all of the indicator templates. These were all the previous chart templates that were in those folders. Now some of these, you'll see the date. You can add the creation date just by right-clicking. By default, you're only going to have the date modified. Sometimes that will say today's date, and then other times it'll actually say the last time that you used it. But if you want to know the creation date, then you have to right-click up here and check the date created. I like to drag that over. So these are the most recent, and then so I click it. All right, it shows me the most recent. That's where it changes to the March update. This was the June update. And then, see, it's earlier March update. So if you're finding that you're missing files, that's where they're at. Okay. In that installation backups folder. And this right here is your toolbar core. Okay, and I didn't go over the most important part, which is actually in the email. And it's a good thing that we include that in that email, and we put in bright red letter text, read this email in its entirety before you begin the process. Because if you want to make sure that you're going to hang on to, if you have the toolbar, so if you're a Master Suite owner or a Toolbar Pro owner, and you want to hang on to your previous toolbar layout and not have it overwritten by my layout, then you're going to have to perform a backup. Okay, and you want to perform that backup before you run the uninstallation of the previous software, and then definitely before you run the installation of the new software. Okay, so for some reason he didn't see fit to do a backup of that entire set of files there, which should definitely be backed up. So let me just make a note of that, because I can't believe we haven't done that yet. That's a pretty big, well, it could be an issue. I know it's been an issue for some people in the past. So there are ways of getting it back, but it can be a kind of a bear, especially if you're not backing up your files regularly. Toolbar core XML. Scott is saying he's getting a lost source file error. Lost source file. You're getting that error when do you get the error? Right when you start up? Larry, what you're describing, so when you're downloading a file off of the internet, it makes a temporary file. When you have the settings set to show hidden files and folders right here, show hidden files and folders, you'll be able to see that hidden file or folder, whatever you're downloading, as a temporary CR download file. Okay. So basically, you just want to wait until it's completely done downloading and not open up the folder until it has finished completely downloading, and then you won't see that file there. But I'm sure if you just reload the folder or move out of it and move back into it, it'll be gone. If it's not gone, then it probably didn't fully download, or maybe you clicked on it before it did fully download, which is also a problem. It did disappear. Okay, good. That means you downloaded it. But if you ran it before it disappeared, then you want to make sure you rerun it again. Okay. Okay, Scott, yeah, you're jumping ahead a little bit. So the reason we're using the Ninja Manager is specifically for that reason. So if you're going to see that every single time, lost source file or lost source chart in the Reader Manager, every time you open up a workspace until it has completely finished loading all of the windows. And it can't do that if you're using the tabbed workspaces, which I want to get into next, which is why I want to take a break for you guys to refresh for a moment, because the next round that we're going to get into is going to be a little bit heavy. So the Ninja Manager, the use of the Ninja Manager will keep you from making any of those mistakes that might lock Ninja up or prevent the reader system from completely finalizing and connecting to all the charts now that our reader system is fully automatic. if you start clicking on charts or moving things around when you think Ninja has finished loading, but it's not yet completely finished, that's when you will run into trouble. You'll get errors. It may freeze completely, but most assuredly, you'll have some sort of error occur if you start moving those windows around too soon, okay? So using the Ninja Manager will ensure against that. It'll mitigate that issue, okay? All right, so I'm gonna give you guys 14. Yeah, so we'll start again at 6 minutes. So 5:20. Is the Ninja Manager something you have to open? I recommend you do use it for Ninja 8. It doesn't work for Ninja 7, but it is the most effective way of opening Ninja with our workspaces. Okay, it's going to allow you to do some things that are otherwise impossible to do with Ninja, and I'll explain that when I come back. Where is it located? It's located in that members area that I was showing you before at the top right here. So when you sign into the website and you click on member home, are you seeing the Ninja Manager right here? You may not be, and if you're not, you may need to clear your cache, or I can show you where else to find it. But do you see it when you sign into the website? And I want all of you guys to sign into the website because I want to know that you know what email it is that you use to sign into our website, because that is the email that you'll have to use to license all of your tools now. Are you finding it, Scott? So it's at portal.tradetheplan.com. You've been in here before. So this is the main Trade the Plan site. So if you go to here, then you just go to members. And if you're logged out and you log back in, it will automatically take you to the member homepage, but I'm logging in as an admin, and then it shows it to me right there at the top. You don't open it from Ninja 8. So you've downloaded it. So now you install it. That's what I was doing a minute ago. I was installing the Ninja Manager. So once you've downloaded it, there it is right there. Then you install it. You run it and you install it, and it adds the Ninja Manager icon to the desktop. And then you double click on it. So it's completely external to NinjaTrader. That's what's confusing about it. It's totally external from Ninja. Let me just give you guys the direct link to the user guide for that. This automate startup is different for every single BIOS. So, you know, you can go through it. It just shows you how to start your computer up at a certain time every morning, which are the RTC settings. in your computer's BIOS. But again, every motherboard has a different BIOS, and that's something that's totally BIOS specific. But tell me, holy mackerel, I don't know if you guys will be able to, if you're logged into the website, in the members portal, then you will be able to download it. But there's the link that you got to click on. You'll have to be logged into the website for it to work. But if you click on that, then it should download the PDF. Okay, so that's what I'll be doing next. I'll be using, well, no, I won't either. There's a step before this that I want to guide you through. Okay, so what I want you to do before we've started up, once you've installed everything, you've got everything, ready to go and ready to start up Ninja 8 for the first time after running the new installers, I want you to go to the Ninja 8 folder. Why is that not pinned? Ninja 8 folder and workspaces. And I want you to delete the underscore workspaces file. So a lot of times there'll be a little underscore workspaces file here, and all that file is a list and the arrangement of the windows of all of the last workspaces you had open. Okay. No, you don't have to have the Ninja Manager to use the toolbar. The import manager is something that comes with the toolbar, which we'll get into probably not today, but rather in a series of training videos. No, Jordy, those guides are not 100%, but they're almost there. They will be for sure next week because they have to be. So I'll be finishing up a lot of that stuff over the weekend that they've put together this week, along with clearing up some issues with these new workspaces here. But no, you don't have to use the Ninja Manager to open the workspaces. It's just the best way to open our TTP workspaces. It's the most efficient way of opening any set of workspaces, really. It ensures that you give NinjaTrader time enough to finish loading all of the charts. It makes all of the charts into focus. It brings them all into focus, which if you're using the reader system that we provide, that allows you to build Bloodhound and Blackbird templates, multiple time frame Bloodhound and Blackbird templates. It ensures that Bloodhound and Blackbird are indeed connected to the charts that you've connected them to within the solvers, but Ninja won't connect to those charts until they've been brought into focus, which means until they've been made visible. Okay. So the Ninja Manager ensures that each and every single chart and window that you open up within a workspace has been brought into focus, which means completely initialized, instantiated all the way through, so that the reader is then reading the signals from it in real time. And with tabbed charts, when you've got a chart that has multiple tabs on it, if you're starting up outside of a session where you don't have incoming data, not every single tab within that set of tab charts will be fully instantiated or fully initialized. I can't remember the difference between those two, but the instantiation is the opening process, I suppose, and fully initialized is loaded with bars and data and providing signals. So yeah, if you're not connected to an incoming data feed, then you'll have to click on tab by tab by tab so that those bars become fully initialized. Okay, but if you've got incoming data, every tabbed chart will be fully initialized just by having a single, whatever tab is set to the visible tab when you click on that set of tab charts. Once that one becomes visible, then all the others will also be fully initialized, if that makes any sense to you at all. Vadim, yeah, we had that ability to clear out the cache and the data, but Ninja doesn't like us doing that, I'm sure, and they don't like us deleting their message boxes either, I'm quite sure. And I should have talked to them before doing this because I wasn't thinking about the fact that, some of those messages are pretty important. And what I wanted to do before we released it was take a screenshot of the pop-up boxes and paste it in here in the log so that it would actually screenshot each of the pop-up windows that Ninja throws up. Those could be errors, those could be announcements, those could be advertisements about sales, they could be rollover announcements. So we kind of jumped the gun on the release of this thing before I had taken the time to speak with NinjaTrader about what we were doing, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have spoken to them first. But what we're going to do with it is make it to where it'll screenshot each of these boxes, and if it has a link, then it will automatically open that link to that web page, and then it'll screenshot the boxes and paste them into this log here. And then the image would then be clickable if it has a link, so you could click on it and it would take you to that destination. But yeah, I'm sure that was something they didn't appreciate, and I wouldn't blame them because we're essentially deleting their messages, which is kind of I shouldn't have done it. I should have talked to them first. But another thing that I would do is we don't have it on by default, at least, but if you don't check it, then chances are the Ninja Manager won't make it all the way through. Okay, because if a pop-up message appears, that pretty much stops the Ninja Manager dead in its tracks unless you allow the Ninja Manager to close those message boxes. Okay. The thing I was starting to say is that I set this to 40 seconds because if you are deleting the data cache, which is, if you're using kinetic data, I don't think it's all that necessary anymore. Maybe occasionally it is, but we have a tool where we're checking the data, the historical data, for missing parts, missing chunks. And then if a session has some missing data, we can download the data only for that session and then repair the database that way. So we have a means to do that. It's just it's a kind of a large project to get that code moved into the Ninja Manager. So rather than deleting the cache, we're going to fix the cache by re-downloading the chunks of data You got to do the whole session though, is the problem. Pretty much within each day, if there's a missing chunk of data, you have to download that entire day, to my understanding. I believe that's the way it is. I think in Ninja 7, tick data was handled on an hourly basis. I think it's handled on an hourly basis as well, but when you're trying to download it, you can only download it in numbers of sessions. I believe that's right, but I was thinking maybe you could probably help with some of that automation there. Yeah, I'll start over, Bobby. Coming right up. All right, but seriously, I am gonna take a break now. It's 5:30 now, so I'm gonna give you guys about 6 minutes. So go step away from the computer, just do it. Just step away, walk around, get up, move around, do some jumping jacks, walk outside, do something, but take your eyes off of the screens and then look around outside or whatever you got to do, and then come back and we'll start up again in about 6 minutes. And then I'm going to get right to the licensing. Okay. So we're going to say about 5:36 my time. So about 6 minutes from right now. Okay. But seriously, get up and take a break. Just do it. Link, please. What are you asking for, Richard? A link to what? I'm not sure what link you're asking for there, bud. Any links that I've pasted are already in the chat. Maybe it doesn't show you the whole chat if you join late. Let me grab that for you. It's not going to render. It's not going to look very pretty until it's fully rendered, which will take about 2 or 3 hours until well, I don't think that's necessarily true, but I believe it renders it in 720p. And I don't know that there's much I can do about that. I haven't figured that out yet. But there's the link again. So now we must say 7:38. All right, be back in 6 minutes. sorry. Katie just happened to get home and I had to help her carry a bunch of stuff in real quick. All right. You guys can hear me okay? Okay. All right. So if you've deleted that underscore workspace, now we're going to make sure that you're licensed. And we do that by opening Ninja without that underscore workspace. It may open another chart that you've forgotten to save as a new name, an untitled workspace. But this is the problem after every new installation with any new DLLs that you install. It's going to ask you whether or not you trust the source of the maker of the DLLs and whether you want to authorize them or not. So if I say yes to the heat map, yes to their licensing support, then this is our only add-on. Yes to the Reader Manager add-on. TTP Ninja Manager add-on. I wonder why there's, oh, sorry, yeah, that's for the Reader Manager is for the readers, and this is the Ninja Manager, which is this window here. So I say yes to that one. And then we've also got the time frame tuner that I installed. And that's it. Oh, there's the toolbar. Sorry, that's the other add-on. Okay, so this is the window that should pop up if you have a blank workspace. If you don't have a blank, see what it's doing actually? Because I don't have an untitled one. Yeah, this is kind of a problem here. So it's not as much of a problem as it used to be, because you guys know what used to happen, right? If you didn't follow the instructions about opening the licensing workspace only, which is no longer included because it's not necessary, and you open one of the full workspaces, you would have one pop-up message per divergence analyst, one per volume analyst, and one per toolbar instance. Basically, you'd have about 60 pop-up windows right now, and it would be terribly frustrating. So for now, since it's opening the ZN workspace, and I don't believe I've downloaded data for that one on this computer, it should be fine. So what I'm going to do is add the email that I use to log into the website and license my import manager from the toolbar. Okay, so this is my login, Daniel Rowe at tradetheplan.com. And then you click on send confirmation email. And that email is now sent. So I'm going to go over here and grab it. And there it is. It may be that it goes into your spam folder now, because that is the reason essentially why we've had to do this. We had several people that were adding their emails to the volume analyst alert and the divergence analyst alert on a 10-second chart and a 30-second chart. And we had about 15,000 failed emails in a couple of weeks. They were bounced. I think somebody was trying to set it to convert an email to a text or something. And there's all sort of little add-ons for that. Chrome extensions and whatnot. You don't need to do anything out of the ordinary, like create a new email specifically for that. You want to use, your main email, and then you could have that email sent to you as a text with another add-on. There's plenty of add-ons to do that. So because of that, we came within about a fraction of a percent to having our domain blacklisted for life. So you'll find now that a lot of our emails will go into your spam folder, unfortunately. And then you'll have to click on "this is not spam," and then they'll start going to your main folder again. This one, however, is coming directly from Amazon, so it should come right through. And it's coming from info@tradetheplan.com, Daniel Rowe. All right, so this is where you copy it, or you just type it in there. I don't know if it lets you paste it. Let's see. So I'm going to click underneath where it says email sent, and I'm going to paste that code in here. And then boom, it's checking everything, and it has now confirmed that everything is licensed, and eventually it'll tell you how many activations you have left. It'll give you an option to no, I don't think we're going to give you the option to deactivate, because it's a open door to the abyss. But it'll at least show you how many machines you have left. Okay. So this is telling me it tells me that already. You hover over it. Goodness gracious, I thought he added that in there. So toolbar was activated on 7/24/2020. I've got 6 left out of 10. Most of you guys have 2. Very few have 4, and even fewer have 6 because they bought an extra set of license keys. Thomas Fox, yours came up showing all active. Can you take a screenshot with authorization failed? Where does it say authorization failed? If you guys have problems, now is the time to let's fix them. Just below the email address, it shows as failed. Okay, so what I want to do really is I want to restart the computer, but I'm going to restart Ninja. Hang on, let me, one second. I got to let this cat out of here. Okay. Which one failed? Are you in the trading room anymore? It's probably the analysis live that failed. So if I start up again, I'm going to do it without the Ninja Manager this time just to see what it shows. Bloodhound licensing. I thought I copied that in there. Oh, I uninstalled it. All right, let me do something real quick. Analysis says by. Huh, well, maybe he just didn't add. Are you a member of the trading room right now? Okay, so he just didn't do it right. All right, let me fix that right now. So I would imagine it's the same way for all of you that are in the trading room. Would that be a safe assumption? Won't take me just a few minutes to do this. Kind of wondering how he did it to begin with. All right, so what I'm going to do is download the list of trading room members right now. This won't take 5 minutes. And make sure we get you guys sorted out right now. Okay. So I want to actually search. And we're searching for any of these tags. Trading room. Membership. There we go. $67. So I want to save it. Export. Sorry, I'm just unchecking all the things that I don't need. And then I'm going to apply the new tags for you guys. So if you would close your Ninja, for those of you in the trading room, just close it down real quick. Man, there's so many options. It's crazy. I'm just going to export it and delete them. No, because I want to save this. This Infusionsoft is just a massive, massive almost there. Perfect. Okay, so CSV, zip, CSV. Process. And there it is. Okay, I see what I did. There we go. Windows app, snap it. You haven't seen the recording from that on the YouTube page? You need that? Thought we sent that out. Snap it from the Windows Store. No, not yet. I can't get this thing to piece of garbage. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Goodness gracious. I didn't select them. Okay. I need the email 1 and 2. Now we got it. Finally. Don't open it yet. All right, so I need to add a tags column. Let's see, I'm going to import. Only update existing contacts. Yes, and I want to add your tags for CL. Let's just see here real quick, 1 second. Trading room 6E, 6J. I've just got to get the spelling exactly right, so I'm just making sure I'm doing that. Analysis, there it is. Perfect. All right. Separate these by commas, analysis. 2. CM. IM. NQ. GC. ES. CL. 6J. 6E. trading room. Bam. Perfect. Needs to be CSV, comma delimited, trade room, members, tag, import. Okay. ID, full name, first name, last name, email, email to. And tags. Separated by a comma, so they better work. Choose the automation actions to be performed. None. Cool. Let's see. So let's look up Fox. User ID unknown. Yeah, man, I got it. GC, 6E, ES, trading room. Oh, the only one it didn't do was analysis. Huh. Maybe it's just still importing. Nope, it got it. Nice. Yep, now you can all restart. Analysis 2. Awesome. That's great. No, I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing this at all. This is not something I need to share. You don't need to see this part of the back end. It would be for employees only. All right, you guys should be able to reopen now. And I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to use the Ninja Manager to do so. Again, there's that guide, which the link is to in chat and further up in the chat in Zoom. If you guys can see that, you can make it auto start with Windows. You can start it upon a schedule, which schedule is, whoops, goodness gracious. Which schedule is set? Let me abort. Abort. Oh, cool. It aborted properly. Nice. It better had. All right. Try that again. So client, you can make it do whatever you want. You can make it start when Windows starts. And what's cool about that now is you can have your computer locked up. So you don't need to go through and worry about setting your, actually, I think I totally removed that from the guide anyhow. Before I used to show you in automating your Windows startup, how to disable the needing, or let's say the necessity of adding in your password when you log into Windows. Sometime in December, I think, Windows 10 released an option to where all the programs can still start up and load in the background before you've actually, somebody say something? I swear I heard somebody talk. Before you've actually logged in. So that's pretty cool. No TTP indicator would cause that, Vadim. We don't use COT data. Why would you assume it's a TTP indicator? It must be cycle trader. Yeah, we don't use the COT data in anything. It doesn't matter if it's what workspace you're opening. If it's running the DLL and the DLL is malfunctioning, it's, well, you know how it works. So no, we don't use the COT data at all. This is the main problem with the way that he added the folders. Sorry, let's state that again. Excuse me. The problem with the way that he added this as a zip folder, I may have done that actually. Not sure how that happened. I probably did it, but when it's a zip file, it's a zip folder, but it treats it as if it is a file, and it shows in the list of workspaces here. So don't be tempted to open that, because that's that's going to cause a major malfunction. But some of the things you can do is you can use an empty workspace to start up, and then it will connect to your data feeds one by one from a blank workspace, which we found to be the best way to do this, and then open up the workspaces one by one. So I just need to copy something real quick, which got removed a moment ago. One second. Sorry guys, I was fumbling around trying to find this device. I screwed up by uninstalling Ninja and wiping the whole thing out earlier so I could start from scratch without everything being licensed. And I forgot my little hard drive that was attached to it where I have all that data stored. So just give me 1 second. I've got it attached now. Finally found it. Okay, wow, sorry. All right, now I can start it up. So since it is after hours, we'll have all of the tick data, obviously. So you can set this to high priority. It doesn't really make a ton of difference, but if you're running a lot of applications at the same time, then it could make a little bit of a difference. It would favor uh, NinjaTrader in the CPU. So I just set it to high by default anyway, regardless. And then since I'm doing daily and weekly charts as well, I always connect to the Kinetic end of day free data first, because it seems to give me more, well, it does give you more. It gives you pretty much all daily, well, the weekly bars are made from the daily bars, but it gives you all daily data for just about every instrument that you can get from there. And so I'm going to connect to that first, and then the data feed I connect to secondarily will be the one that I'll use for my minute and tick data. And that may happen to be the same one through which you do your order routing. Okay, so whatever, if when you trade for your brokerage, whatever that brokerage may be, if you've only got to connect to one data feed, and that data feed populates the charts with all of your data, and you can trade live through that data feed, then that's the only other data feed that you need to connect to. But if you have Kinetic, let's say, which I have, and you get your minute and tick data from Kinetic, well, then you connect to your Kinetic data feed secondarily, and then I could connect to my NinjaTrader brokerage and my stage 5 brokerage. Okay, so it goes in that order: daily data, minute and tick data, and if that happens to be different from your brokerage order routing data feed, then you would connect to your brokerage last. Okay, I believe that's the way it is. It's typically the way it works for me, but it just depends on whether or not you happen to get tick and minute data from your order routing data feed that you get from the brokerage. All right, so I'm going to open up crude oil, ES, and then what I want to do, let me do this. I'm going to show you something here. This is the way it's going to come next time. I kind of am stuck because of what happened to the built PC, but I've ordered all the parts, so we should have that up and running for next week. But at the moment, we can't make another installer until I replace that hard drive, which is on its way. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And this is for Master Suite owners only, really. I'm going to delete that file, that zip file, and then I'll create a new folder. And the way that I'm doing this in the future is I'm actually going to give these workspaces a different name, and you won't have a subfolder structure in here. You'll just have different named um, workspaces files. One will say just normal like this, TTP 6E. The other will say master, TTP master tabbed 6E. Okay, so this one is going to be TTP master separated charts, separated, no. And then, actually, I'll just rename the one that's there now. So I'm going to name these master tabbed minute charts. All the minute charts are tabbed on these. Okay, so currently they're all named the same. So I'm going to take and replace the YM. This is actually the YM workspace, but I named it Futures 1 so that you could use it to essentially build any workspace that you wanted to from it. So this is the one that we'll have. This will be about the beginning of our training when it comes to starting from, already getting through the licensing process and then conforming our tools and workspaces to whatever layout and instruments that you may want to trade. If you want to add your own indicators to it, how does that affect everything? Where do you go from here if you want to customize? So that's what I want to begin with, and we'll get into it a little bit today, but I'll have to close this down within the next 15 minutes or so. So what I want to do, actually, before I copy over that one, I first want to back these up. And that's the part that we left out. So we want to copy those into this into this master separated charts. So these are the workspaces that have each chart all by itself. I think there are, one or two charts that may have tabs, like the daily and the weekly. But other than that, there aren't very many. Maybe there's one here or there that we forgot to delete or something, but otherwise it's just the daily and weekly. So before you copy over these, make sure that you back them up. Unless you just don't care about them, then you can just delete them all and use these tabbed charts, which are pretty cool. So I'm trying to simplify from here on. We're going to be working on ways to simplify and automate. So, and then I'm going to be getting back into more of Blackbird refinement. So I'm going to do crude. Let's just do crude and the YM. I'm not even going to save this. And then here you can decide which workspace it'll land on, or if you want to combine all of the workspaces. So this is where the toolbar has become pretty advanced as far as the the window handling capabilities of it. So I'm going to start it up, and it'll open the workspaces one by one, and at the end it'll switch to the master futures dot or slash hash, whatever that is, dash one, which is currently the YM, but then it'll combine the crude oil workspace with the YM workspace. And I say combine, but it's really just, it shows both at the same time. So it doesn't disrupt anything within the files. It doesn't create any issues. If you were to, shut it down and save it like that, they're not truly combined. It's just that the way Ninja handles, wait a second, Ninja Trader has detected recent changes to your machine ID. You'll need to re-enter account connection credentials. Yeah, it's amazing. How did it change the machine ID? From a BIOS update? Yeah, it must have been. Surely. Oh, all right. Give me 1 second here. Unbelievable. Well, I was building workspaces with it earlier, whatever that means. This Windows 10 update is just, I'm starting to get the feeling that it's got a lot of stuff in there. I mean, the way they described it, like, will allow you to run it once your system is capable of running it. It's like, well, what the heck does that mean? Uh, Once you've done enough back end engineering behind the scenes with all your little packets, once you've done enough of that, then we can do the update and everything will be fine. Have you noticed that you can't disable the some of the privacy settings now? That's interesting. Anyway, give me a minute here. This is utterly aggravating. Dang. I guess I'm SOL. Well, I mean, I can at least connect to the daily data, but that's not really going to help us right now. It's very odd that the one file that I need is missing from my backup disk now. Quite odd indeed. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's in the email too. If you go to new and then go down to the bottom, these are all the add-ons. So just like you have Shark Indicators Heat Map Pro, then you have now Trade the Plan Reader Manager and Authorization Interface. And there you go, just like that. So now you should be able to see, if you're in the trading room, this will say activated analysis. Should say analysis live, but whatever. We're gonna open that up probably about the middle of next week. They're still working on the forum right now. We had to finish a couple of things with the main website first, as far as how it was gonna look and whatnot, so that it all matches. I can't believe this. I'm not finding my passwords and all of that. That is not good at all. Okay, yeah, here, I think maybe I got it here. You know what? Let me just install this thing. This is the coolest little app. I'm a little nervous by it. There's another one, but I can't remember the name of it, so I'm not going to bother looking for it. But this one is called Everything. And it's from Tools, voidtools.com. And you can get a portable version, which is probably the thing to do, really. In fact, yeah, that is what I'll do. And then you don't have to actually install it. You can just run it every time you need to use it, but it's got to, generate a essentially a search directory of your entire database of your computer. It's kind of cool though. This sucker is super fast, so check it out. Okay, now it's running as administrator. There we go. See how fast that thing created a whatever, like a search file, index file that takes that takes Windows 10 like a couple of hours to make. Wonder why it takes them a couple of hours. Good question, huh? Yeah, real good question. All right, let me just do this real quick. Yeah, real quick. It won't take very long though, not long at all actually. In fact, I know an even faster way to do it now. The next thing that we're going to build, which will only take a couple of days, it'll take me longer to write up how to build it than it will to actually program it, is an app that will generate for you all of the workspace files and template files and Bloodhound and Blackbird templates for whatever new workspace you want to create. So rather than having to spend, it takes about 15 minutes to make a new workspace. Rather than having to do that, you'll simply be able to type the name of the instrument that you want, the expiration contract, like 09-20 or whatever, if it has one. And yeah. And then it'll generate all the right folders with all the right files. It's going to be really nice. Just be a simple little C# app. But it's not so simple, actually. It'll look simple. Yeah. It'd be nice to have all this work perfectly at least once. Just, it's not the tools, it's me. It's just ridiculous. Fact is, I did have it ready. Well, doesn't really matter at this point, does it? All right. There we go. And now we're good to go. So now for the analysis live, since this is going to be the upcoming big release next week, we may as well talk about this now for a moment. I think I'm going to have to require that people have either kinetic or IQ feed data to participate. If you find that you're able to do so without having kinetic, as long as you understand that there are some nuances between the data feeds and that kinetic is white labeled IQ feed, which is the most superior data feed that we have access to, at least as far as through this platform, NinjaTrader. Just know that if you cannot get continuous contracts, then you're going to have a problem, because it doesn't make sense unless we can find a way around it. It doesn't make sense to use continuous, or sorry, non-continuous. So it doesn't make sense to use the front month contract on every single higher time frame for a futures contract, especially for crude, which rolls over every month. Which means we would have to delete all of the objects from the previous contract and then redraw them on the front month contract. Okay, it's not that bad when you're using non-back adjusted data. And we can probably make a version of the toolbar that would work specifically for non-back adjusted data. He just has to be able to check these settings somehow, which I would imagine Ninja gives you access to. Maybe not these properties, because that would be to compromise your privacy. But there's another setting within the control center that I'll show you in a moment that I think we might be able to access. All right, so the way that Kinetic has it, when you're using Kinetic or IQ feed, the setting for the data feed right here, use back adjusted data. That's actually the setting for continuous futures contracts. All right, the settings for the front month contracts, you know, the contracts that you would merge together on a large chart that goes back for years. It would go through the March of 2019 to the summer, to the fall, to the winter 2019 in the Northern Hemisphere, and then the 03-20 of this year, 06-20, and now 09-20. And it merges all of those together, and it decides whether to back adjust them to remove the rollover gap, which is to basically remove the time decay gap between the two contracts, so that the previous contract is then skewed, showing different prices than were actually traded in real time. Rhythmic, I'm not so sure about, Ted. I'll have to get a trial of it, or maybe somebody can let me borrow theirs for a day or two, or this weekend would be a good time for me to do it. So if anybody has a Rhythmic data feed, I can do that testing tomorrow. That would be great. What other data feeds have continuous data? I want to say it's just Rhythmic. Oh, it doesn't have continuous data. I thought it was the only one that did have continuous data. You think Rhythmic is more stable than Kinetic? Oh, so it is Kinetic that's disconnecting. I think that's because it's joined up with Ninja's servers. Yep, I think you're right. I've been wondering that for a long time and always wanted to try and prove it, but I didn't want to pay the money for an IQ feed. Well, that sucks. Are you absolutely sure that Rhythmic doesn't have continuous contracts? Does that mean that CQG does have? I know there's at least one other data feed out there besides Kinetic and IQ feed that does have continuous contracts for futures. Does anybody know what it is? Continuum does not have. Well, then it must be Rhythmic that has. No, IB, we can't use IB because of their tick data. It's, how do you say that? Aggregated, it's sampled. I think they only collect the ticks that actually move price. They're not collecting the ticks that do not move price. There's 3 or 4 ways of doing the tick data, and we need the full tick data. Of course, your charts would run a lot faster if you had that aggregated tick data, or that I can't remember how they call it, but it's basically the least accurate. But anyhow, I'm going to set this with my kinetic feed to use back adjusted data for the continuous contracts. See, once I would require people to use one data feed over another, which it sounds like I may not be able to do. We may just have to find a workaround. It's just, if we're going to do this together, then we all need to have the same data, because the nuances between the data feeds can be grossly exaggerated to the point that it's kind of ridiculous that one of them have that large or that wide of a discrepancy. And IQ feed is the best. Kinetic is white labeled IQ feed. However, it goes through NinjaTrader's servers. And that's where some of the missing data mishaps, or, they shut down their server to work on it. And then we've got missing chunks of data that they then have to go back and correct the following weekend. And it's just, kind of a battle. What they need to do is what I'm doing over the next couple of days. They need to have 2 sources of data coming in from 2 different wireless providers, internet providers, and aggregate them. And then when one goes down, the other stays up, and then do the same thing with a redundant server system. But that would be to spend a bit more money that they may not be willing to fork out. But at any rate, let's move on with it. So now that I have that set up, I've got one more check to make. And this is probably one of the more important things that you'll do. Always, 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 when you start up Ninja, after you've installed it for the very first time, you want to make sure that you check via Tools, Options, that this box right here is checked. I think they should do it by default from now on. It makes more sense to me to do it by default. But that keeps you from accidentally deleting a chart, which once done, it's a real pain to get it back, because I'm going to show you guys something, and I've written in about it, but maybe if one of you guys wrote in also. Well, I hate to do this to them and bombard them, but we really kind of need this done as soon as possible. So I'm going to show it to you, and maybe you guys can write in and see if they'll fix it for us a bit faster. So what I'm going to show you, first of all, to explain this, confirm on window or tab close. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. With it checked, if you accidentally click an X close button on a chart, it will throw a pop-up message before actually closing it. Okay. The only problem is if you hover over the Ninja 8 icon here, and you've got that long list of charts, you can delete any of those without that window popping up. And I don't know if there's anything that they can do about that. I'm thinking there probably is, but at any rate, they haven't done it yet. So always check that box. Okay, and then we'll go to market data. And this is where people can get their data feeds all mixed up and create all sorts of issues. It depends on how many data feeds that you have, where you want to get your 4x data feed from. Evidently, there are a couple of 4x data feeds that do not give very accurate tick data anymore. They somehow try to decide at, you know, I don't know how they do it or when they do it, but they try to figure out how much volume is actually transacting by aggregating all of the data from all the banks that they can, which are very few considering the number of banks that are trading currencies. So I think that data is useless. And if you're going to do the volume analysis, especially the relative volume analysis on the tick and the row bars, you need to just use what we have normally, which is a tick equals a transaction, which means if you put a volume bar on a 100 tick chart of any 4x pair, the volume will display 100. If it's a 1000 tick, the volume, each volume bar would display 100, except for the last bar of each session, because you have no idea when that last bar is going to close. Okay, so know what you're doing before you start messing with this. Really learn what this is all about. Preferred connections for historical, preferred connections for real time. You really have to know what you're doing to set that up properly. All right. This is where I set it to merge non-back adjusted. It comes to merge back adjusted by default. You want to set it to merge non-back adjusted if you're going to participate in the analysis live. Okay, and I'm going to open that up for a free 2-week trial to people that have the toolbar only, that have never been allowed to join the trading room because you didn't have the full suite of tools. So it may just cost you a little bit extra, not much, but at any rate, you'll get a free trial for a couple of weeks to see if you dig it or you don't. And enable market recording for playback. This is what I'm doing on another machine once I get this aggregated data from Spectrum and AT&T with my generator that should be arriving any day. And I'm going to start recording as much data as I possibly can. I'm going to record the live data as historical and have a machine completely dedicated to doing that. You don't want to do that on the machine on which you're doing your trading because it will slow it way down. So don't try to record the data, the live data, as historical for the market replay or for the historical data feed in real time when you're trying to trade. Okay. All right. And now I'm good to go. Finally, I'm going to use the Ninja Manager one more time. Looks good to me. This will end up being a paid product. There'll be a version that'll be paid that will do pretty much anything you can think of. So the workspace, copier, generator, whatever, that's going to be a part of a new Ninja Manager that we'll have to call something else, I guess. But I don't know, Ninja Manager Pro or something stupid. But that will be the one that we start adding more and more capabilities to. To the free one, we'll still add the data correction ability, you know. where it goes through and it samples all of the data to see if there are any gaps, missing chunks, and then it downloads that data and restarts. So all that'll be handled automatically. I think we'll start off just by downloading the first X number of days back of tick data and minute data, and then check it, and just do that automatically every day. It really depends on at what time you open it up. If it's before the market opens, this is just ridiculous. I know I can fix this right now. I don't need that alert. 1 second. Sorry guys, this is, I know. Believe me, I know. I've been living it. So I need to grab the licensing files. I think they're licensed for a different computer, so it may not work. No. This is the one I need to do it from. Oh man. Boy, that data cleanup really does clean things up. I'll never use that again. Forget about that. All right. I'll do it the old-fashioned way here in 1 second. Yeah, sing a song to you or something while you wait. Nobody knows what trouble I've seen. Make sure it's closed. Yes. It's so weird. There's not very many. Okay. Goodness gracious. This computer is a wreck. I'm gonna have to back it up and just restore a portion of it. And that's after spending about 2 days on it. Tell you what, there's no trouble like computer trouble. It's the most frustrating, debilitating nonsense. I made the mistake of thinking that I could fix my Dell. What a waste of time that was. My gosh. To fix that would require a brand new motherboard. I guess that's where the OEMs make their money. People like Dell and Hewlett Packard and all the above. Decent CPUs and graphics, and then the cheapest motherboard they can possibly fit in there. And the lowest grade fans, cooling systems, just it's utterly, 6, 7, 8 years ago when I bought my first Dell XPSs, I suppose that's when they were first coming out. So they made quite sure to see, it shows as being licensed. They made quite sure oh, that's the problem. Well, let's just restart and see to make sure that they had some really excellent builds. And those Dell XPSs have never failed me until this first failure with that M.2 drive, the little tiny one, 256. Either because of the dust and it getting overheated, which I would have heard an alarm, I believe, or because it needed to have a certain number of gigabytes free at all times, and it went past that point. That's kind of what I'm thinking happened. Nope. All right. Well, I'm sorry to waste your time like this, but let's get through this as fast as we can then. At least I can cancel this. Anytime you uninstall and move to another computer, you can solve your own issues with Shark Indicators licensing just by deactivating it yourself. And then you won't have to worry about bugging them to reset your machines. The way ours is, that's a bit more trickier, a bit trickier than the way they have a really robust system. I think it took Jeremy a year and a half to make their system. It's quite a lot of work for a licensing system, but it is one of the most important aspects of any attempt at intellectual capital control. All right, we're going to get through this part. If it takes another 20 minutes, because I want you guys to see how easy it should be. So this is PC. There we go. Okay. Finally good to go. Mr. Steven, I wouldn't use CQG for the historical data. I think you could use it for the live data, and maybe there's a cheaper plan with Continuum. But with Continuum, you've always got that base price, which is always going to be 60 bucks. And then to add live data for the futures is only $5 more. So it's a small price to pay per month to know that you have the most accurate data that we can have. It would be nice if we could all get on IQ feed, but you know, if you have an LLC that you purchase the data through, then well, you have to be charged as a professional, which quadruples or triples the payment. I think it triples it at least. It goes from like one something 120, 125 up to about 450 or something. I can't remember all the details, but it's not a little, it's quite a bit. All right, finally. Here we are. And then I want to make sure I connect to Kinetic Dan secondarily. I set it to wait for 40 seconds. This is the chart time timeout, how long it will wait for a single chart. And it's hard to describe this, but it's the waiting time on a chart by chart basis. So if one chart, sorry, as you start up a workspace, let me just do it and I'll guide you through what I'm trying to describe. So as it starts up the workspace, it's not counting from 40 seconds per chart right now. It's counting from the loading of the last chart that loaded, that finished loading. So right now it's counting 40 seconds until the first chart completely loads. And that's usually going to be like the 15-minute RTH or the 1 minute, whatever. It loads pretty fast now. I mean, this thing is really humming now. So we've come a long way from where we used to be. That's for sure. But once the last chart loads, which looks like just now, it's waiting 40 seconds from that moment for this chart to load or until the next chart loads. So the one that takes the longest is the tick 2. So now let's see which ones are left. Well, I think they're all loaded. Dang, that was pretty fast. That's really awesome. So now I'm not clicking on anything, you see, but now it's loading the other workspace. And you see how it's loading it on top of the crude oil workspace? That's because I set that setting in the Ninja Manager to combine all windows, to combine all workspace windows. It's really, really pretty cool what we can do with this window manager. And then once you get this image here, which we definitely need to put a border around for sure and change the Hungarian equivalent of let's trade from proceed, then we'll be done. So now everything is finished loading. The one thing that I didn't do that I meant to do, but couldn't because of the death of that hard drive. I'm just going to prove that to you guys in a second, just so you know that I'm not full of it. So I get the sense sometimes that some of the things I say are unbelievable because they are so unbelievable and ridiculous. But for some reason they happen to me and me alone. Maybe one of you guys put a hex on me or something. But anyway, this is a dynamic Superdome, and some of you guys have bought the version of NinjaTrader that doesn't have access to the dynamic Superdome, but rather only the static Superdome. So that's been an issue for a number of people that haven't written in, I'm sure, but I've been on a guy's computer and seen it cause an issue, and that was the first that I'd really figured out that it was a problem. But I mean, unless somebody wrote in, and I just never was notified about it. But yeah, I have to replace all those with static Superdomes, or just no Superdome at all. All right, you see we've got the YM, and then we've got crude oil, right? So what do I want to do from here? Well, let's compare the two. This is going to be the good part, the fun part anyway. No, evidently it's the dynamic Superdome that you got to pay extra for. From what I understand, I could be wrong, I don't know. But the guy whose machine I was on had static only, and we had to kind of remake it because it basically wouldn't allow the charts to completely load up because of the error messages. All right, so I'm going to start moving these windows around with my nifty little tool, which is called Snap It. Snap It. Now that's in the Windows Store. And I wish I could eliminate the Windows Store from showing me games, but evidently I can't do it. Because I've got no interest in playing a game. This is it. Snap It. So it's $5. It's pretty cool. Who wants this but doesn't have it? that owns the Ninja Manager, or sorry, that owns the Master Suite? Who has it but doesn't? Who doesn't have it but wants it? Oh man, you guys are killing me. I'll take the top couple. I'm gonna take the first 5, let's say. I don't know how many that is, but it was John, Calvin, Ava. Okay, John, Calvin, Ava, Rob, Mark, Walter. Okay, sorry guys, I can only do so many here. I'm actually underwater, which means, yeah, more debt than capital. All right, so John, what is your email? And then Calvin, your email, Ava, your email, Rob, your email, Mark, your email, and Walter, your email. I think it has to be a Microsoft address, actually, guys. It has to be an email address that you can sign into a Microsoft account with. I think maybe that's not true. You sign into Microsoft with that email? Okay. Yeah, you need the email used to sign into your Microsoft account. So Calvin, do you sign in to Microsoft with your Gmail account? Do you have a Microsoft account? And Ava, do you sign into Microsoft with that account? Can you sign into Microsoft with that account? Walter, can you sign into Microsoft with your Gmail account? Mark, you can. I'll take Mark's. Just go to Microsoft.com, sign in, and just see if you can. Just type it in there, and then if you don't know the password, click on forgot password, and it'll email you a link if it's a valid email. All right, who else has a one they can log into Microsoft with? Calvin, you sure? You want to just check it real quick? Tony, you don't already have Snap It? And you're sure you can sign into Microsoft with that email? If you can sign into OneNote with it, then Vadim, what's yours? why I'm feeling so generous. I guess because I've wasted so much of y'all's time. There you go, hotmail.com. Which one did I just do, guys? Goodness gracious. I did Tony. Calvin, double check and let me know. Yep. Nice. Who else do we have that I haven't gotten yet? Vadim, I didn't do you yet. Did I do you already, Ava? Or have you verified your account yet, Ava? I'm gonna do the Outlook one for you, Vadim. Is that fine? That's fine, Vadim? Okay. Who'd I miss? Walter? Steven? Walter, did I do you already? No? Can you just sign in and check? No, I didn't. You guys are killing me here. I don't know why I get like this. Gotta do something about my weak empathy. That's a good trait, I guess. It's better than being the opposite. Okie dokie. Anyone else? I think that covers it. Did anybody give me an email address that I did not get? Mark, did I get you? Mark Carter? Okay. Walter, I just got you. So it should be coming through in a moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Does that matter to you guys? I can go in and edit it out. Okay. I think I got you, Rob, earlier. Ava, did I not get you? Can y'all just check real quick and see? Ava, which one was yours? And you checked that you could log into Microsoft with it? Okay. You have the toolbar, don't you? Do you have the toolbar? Yeah. Of course you do. Right. Who didn't I get? Did I get you, Rob? Thomas, you want one? CAPT. I don't think that's a real email address. Is that a Microsoft email address? Might need to rewrite that. Let's see, I got Ava. I got John, Mark Carter, Tony Lynn, Calvin Reeves, Fatim Golanoff, Walter, Stephen, Azram. Azram is Stephen? This is fun. Yep. Stephen Ramsey. Cool. And then Thomas. Doing it now. I'm gonna have to hit the head in a second. I'm gonna have to step away for a second in a moment. Just for a moment. This is going way longer than I wanted it to. Never imagined I'd be doing this, but evidently, welcome to my world. Okay, John, Mark, Tony, Calvin, Vadim, Walter, Stephen, Mark, Carter, twice. Yikes. Which email is the right one? 8tt.net 5100. Yeah, I got you twice. You can try, just accept the first one, and then I'm going to claim a refund for the second one. So whichever one showed up first, use that one. I don't think they'll let you send it back. I don't know. You can try. It's geo restricted. They won't let you use it, John? Because of the price or just because? What the heck? Never realized that could be an issue. Well, sorry. Maybe you can apply the difference or something. Seems like they'd make more money. Thomas, you're in the States? Yeah, Comcast. All right, I just got options SNH. Who is that? Oh, that's Thomas. Yeah. So I just got Thomas. All right. I think that's everybody. Anyone I miss? Okay. So this is a really cool little deal. I mean, it's the cheapest. It's got a couple of bugs in it. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's only going to have bugs for you if you do not have a middle mouse wheel that you can press down on. Rob Keller, you're in the States? Did you log into Microsoft? Oh, you're right. I didn't get you. Maybe Mark can gift you his. See if you can gift it to somebody else, Mark. Hey, Eddie. Miguelito. Guess how much it's been costing me to talk to you? $4 a minute, even though you're calling me. Guess how much my bill is? $2,300. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not paying that. Not ever, no matter what. They can do what they want to me. $4 a minute to Word as well. So we be using Skype and Zoom and Slack from now on. In this day and age, $4 a minute to call out of the country. Give me a break. It's shenaniganery because I didn't pay them $5 up front. Oh, I'll get out of it. Believe your life. Bet your life on that. You know what, Thomas? I think I got us something even better. It's called Eyes On. And I'm going to test it. I wanted to test it today because you can do live web streams, but I wasn't ready. Eyes On. And I have it for life. I own it for life. Evidently, it's $4 a minute for me to call just about any other country. Oh, if you wanted to look for it, man, you just missed out. It's on AppSumo and it just expired like an hour ago. That was rich. What just happened? Sorry, guys. This has turned into a bit of a you-know-what show, but to be expected. Let me see if it's still available. I don't think it is. If it is, it's closing in like 1 minute. Nope. Dang. Anyway, here's a link to it. It just sold out like an hour ago. But it's pretty cool. I might have bought more codes than I need, so maybe I can sell you one if you want it. I mean, I can get it for you after the fact. It's going to cost a little bit more. Like if you wanted it for yourself for some reason. There's a lot of groups on Facebook that people buy a bunch of these licenses, lifetime licenses, and then they sell it for like 50% more after it closes. But the fact of the matter is that they end up coming back on like, once every 3 months or 6 months or something. So anyway, back to what we're talking about here, our presentation. Now that I've gifted everyone gifts that they can't open. Let's see, who did I get the 2 for? You can't see a way to regift it? Okay, let me just buy Rob 1. Yeah, so use Skype or Slack to call me from now on. My Skype address is thought you could change the font size. I guess that's not, yeah. Daniel.row1. Until I get, well, never mind. I was gonna say something, but I don't want them to know because they're listening. sad thing is a lot of these new startups are doing all of the data logging that all the other big cloud companies are doing, and then they're selling it to Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, or Google. So that's why a lot of these apps are fairly inexpensive, because they're selling that what they used to call, I can't remember what they used to call it, like throwaway data. There's a word for it, but then they realized, oh, we can use this to track people and give them more precise ads that they're 50 times more likely to purchase. It's all about conversions and bottom lines and just how life should be, right? Which I think has something to do with what we're going through all right now, while they change us into homebound, depressed invalids. Damn these people. All right. VPS, you can't get the WinStore. I can show you how to do it. Well, they're using that just to cause a little ruckus, to bring about change. Can't have change without, you know, there's got to be a fomenting factor. Never let a good crisis go to waste, right? Says the bulldog from Chicago and his mentor from DC that wrote the book dedicated to Lucifer. What's his name? All right. What was I about to do? Alinsky, Saul, that's him. Rom, Emmanuel, yeah, you guys, you know what I'm talking about. Imagine that. I'm not the only one that's a weird conspiracy theorist. How did he say it? In the age of unbridled deceit, to tell the truth becomes an act of violence or something. All right. Nor the letters. Yeah. What am I doing? Is there a snap it alternative? There is, but it is terribly difficult to work with. Let me just check something really quickly. Did you get it now, Rob? So Snapit allows you to arrange the charts within the workspace very, very rapidly. It allows you to set layouts such as any possible combination of layouts. It's the most efficient, cost-effective tool of its kind. The only other one that I could recommend, but it has a learning curve of about a day, and I mean a solid 8 hours, is Display Fusion. But it is so invasive that being as we've had a new update from Windows 10, I'm a little hesitant to recommend it. But I have it, but it's just so invasive that I don't know, man. It's a little risky. but you can turn certain things off and on, but it is a piece of art. I mean, if it's bug free now, which maybe by now it is, but this is the ultimate of the ultimate. Whatchamacallit, window manager. Display Fusion. That's the bad one. So it can do things that you never thought a computer could do. But again, it's quite invasive. Man, they've come a long way. Last time I used it, we were on version 6. Yeah, see, resolved issue that prevented some monitors from being detected. Okay, that was always my problem. Microsoft Teams compatibility fixed. The problem was that it didn't handle NT8 windows for some reason, but I bet you that's been fixed too because I asked for that like 3 years ago. I'll try it out and let you guys know on Sunday. We'll have a live session Sunday at 4. Check out Display Fusion Pro. Well, that's what I better check out. Take me back. Oh, they've got all kinds of cool tools now. Yeah, that company is got a bunch of programmers that are beasts. Love to hire one of them for about 6 months, but ain't got no money, buddy. No money. All right, quickly. So the layout that you want to create depends upon the size of the monitor, but rather than dealing with all of it, because most of us have multiple monitors. Oh, and I forgot, I plugged these two into the internal graphics card to update the internal graphics. So no wonder things are acting a little bit screwy. If you have multiple monitors, then just modify this first one. So you click in the little, whatever that is, vertical, anyhow, that thing. Open in Designer. And let me change it up a bit real quickly, as if I can do anything quickly. There we are. All right, love. Open in Designer. Oh, that's actually worse. Oh, whatever. That is worse. We're going to change the color. It's going to be hideous, but at least you'll see it. Oh. See, these are the little bugs that I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to reload it. See, he doesn't know that they're bugs because people aren't logging any bugs for him. But I'm about to. And I know you guys want me to get on with it, and I want to too, so I've got a demo I've got to do after this, if you can believe it. Snap it, dang it. You gotta be kidding me. What must I do to apply a theme to a... That's what I mean, bugs. Oh, oh well. Garbage. Let's give it a little wait time there. All right, so I use the middle mouse wheel for snapping. I've tried using the left click with people, adding a modifier key here like control. So you would hold down control and then use the left mouse click and drag the title around. See? Oh, that does look rather ridiculous. So I guess it's not the actual skin, but once you start moving it, yeah, okie dokie. You would think I would know how to use this by now. Or would you? Probably not. All right, so I set it to mouse. There we go. And it needed that SDK. I think that was probably one of my issues. Oh, great. Now it's pushing a chart around. Well, man, this was about to be just brilliant, but now it's turned into a, you know what? So this is another thing that's cool about it. You can exclude certain applications. Like if I don't want Zoom or Slack or whatnot, any of those windows to be affected, I can just apply those. So I could look for Slack. There we go. Choose from running applications. So I don't want that to happen to the chat. And I don't want it to happen. Annotation content render window. Oh yeah, definitely don't want to happen to the annotation tools. See, you can set this thing up to do just exactly what you want it to, as long as it works properly. But I'm gonna get with them and start reporting bugs. Somebody has to, because nobody is for them. Yeah, I don't want that thing to be in there either. I think that's good for now, huh? Surely. All right. So I turned the keyboard off. Now you would have to have that on if you wanted to use the keyboard keys to move it around. And if you wanted to use the keyboard keys to move it around, well, then you would just hold down no, all you can do with the keyboard keys is move it around. So you can move it up to the left, to the right. It just goes from section to section to section, which maybe that's good enough. Because if you don't have a center mouse wheel that you can press down and leave it pressed down without it rolling, then this just isn't going to work for you. But this hold key doesn't work so well. So I found that the best way to do it is to set it to the middle mouse wheel and use only the window title to snap the window. All right, because I use the middle mouse wheel in Ninja to hold down over a bar to get the details of the bar. So if you hover over a bar and then you hold down the center mouse wheel, it gives you all the data points of that bar, including the volume, usually. All right, so let's sit back and watch this open up while I take a breather for just a couple of minutes. This has gone way past time, but you guys have hanged in there with me. Hanged in there? I think that's only if you're being hanged. Maybe you've hung with me. Yeah. For so long that we may as well finish what we've started here. So I'll be back in about 2.5 minutes. There is no OK button after selecting the layout, actually. I don't believe. There is no save button anyway. Be right back. sheesh, sorry. 2.5 minutes, huh? 4 minutes and 17 seconds. At least I'm consistent. Mm-hmm. It's not very funny, is it? Used to be. Nah, I don't think it ever was. All right, so crude oil is split up into a chart. Sorry, a window per chart. One window per chart. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put well, let's put crude oil on one side. Excuse me, and then sorry, I couldn't help myself. Katie was in there cooking up a storm, and I just ate a bunch of super spicy food that I don't agree with, or that doesn't agree with me at all. Ooh. All right. Crude oil on one side, YM on the other. And let me show you the differences between these two. She's getting better at that cooking, boy. Might not have to send her to finishing school after all. All right. They still have that? I don't even know if they have that anymore. So I hold down the middle mouse wheel, hover it over the title bar in between things that you click on that, you know, would want to pop up on you. Like here, for instance, hold down here and then start moving it around. And because I'm using 1920 by 1080p monitors now, again, I've just split it into sections of four corners, or 1/2 of the screen, or the whole screen. And that's what those tiles are for. So as you're making a layout, it'll show you the little X, and wherever it shows you those little tiny X boxes, if you click on it, it'll make one of these tiles like this. So if I drag it into that tile on the left, it snaps to the left. Here in the corner, snaps to the corner, and then to the one in the big one, fills up the chart. But the key to this whole thing is that it's setting it to the maximum size that it can be without it being maximized. All right. See, if I do this, see right now it says maximize, right? So I click it, doesn't move, but now it's maximized because look at it. Now it says restore. So I restore, and now it's restored back to the same size. So this is the key to this whole thing. If the window, meaning the chart or any other NinjaTrader window for that matter, even the toolbar windows, if you're not using a window manager such as this one, the Snap It, I believe Display Fusion could work if they've added NT8 windows, but I don't know for sure yet. I'll test it out tonight or tomorrow. But until then, this Snap It works pretty wonderfully. It's a shame you guys can't. Can you at least buy it in those other countries, or can you not even see it as an option? It still doesn't work with NT8. It sucks. Okay, but you can at least buy this one. The other one is built on XAML with the XAML, and you end up having to write your own scripts, and it actually stores the layout so that when you open Ninja up, this does too, but it's just a nightmare to work with, and it caused nothing but issues for my platform, my Windows experience. So I can't recommend that one at all. This is really the only one that seems to work with Ninja Windows, and it does it perfectly. So that's why I'm showing it to you guys, because it is so key to using the window manager. And here is that video. Ah, you got to be kidding me. It's just one video back. No way. Well, here's one on the import manager, which I was going to touch on later, but there's absolutely no time left now. So here's one on the import manager, which we would have done had we had time. But I've not managed that time appropriately. So let's do it like this: 15, 30. Five. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna split this yet again, just so you can see it in full effect. And I'm gonna add one here, and then the little tile there. Add one here, and then the tile. And you can drag these around, so you can make thirds. You could cut a chart into thirds as well. Yeah, you can. Let's do that. Yeah, boy. That looks about uneven. Looks about good enough, doesn't it? Well, I guess that one does the full effect for the entire chart. What does this one do? Okay. See, I don't have one here now. How bizarre. I'm gonna drag that one over top of it then. Getting carried away here. I'm just trying to give as many options as possible. This might be a layout that I have to share with you. By George, I think I've got it. Still wants to cut it in half. Let's just see what it does. It's not going to be exactly what I want, but maybe she'll be close. That looks rough. Let's give it a whirl. Getting a little sluggish on me. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I can do it to 2/3, and then I can do it to 1/3. I don't have the ability figured out yet to make it into well, yeah, I do. I can just do like so, and then double click on that. Oh, normally you can double click on it and it'll snap it down. Yeah, there we are. So that'll work. Righty, yeah. All right. And then we'll put the 2-minute right here. Nope. Right here. And then I'll just drag it over. Yeah, it's good enough for now. And now I can put one of the row bars, say the row 1. Over there. Matter of fact, I know exactly what I'll do. And then the row 1 above it. And then the 10-minute up here. Sorry, I'm moving to another screen. So I'm just trying to get all of these windows in view here, and it's not going to be easy. There we go. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a lot different looking colors on that screen than on the others. And they're all set to the same settings. I need to run that calibration thing on them. tomorrow. Now you're going to see how easy it is with this other workspace with 2 monitors. Well, that was the YM. Yeah, so watch this. So I'm going to finish up with crude oil over here. I'm just going to minimize the alert window. I don't have much use for it. See, we're all good. All okay. Does it all automatically now in the reader manager, which is awesome. So I'll just minimize that. And let's see. Continue on with the crude tick 2 in the top left. And then the 10-minute I've got up here, so I'll need this one down here. And then I want the road 2 up there. Yeah, buddy. See how easy it is, though? It's quite nice. And then I've got no other choice but to basically just bring this one over here and show it and hide it as needed. This is the one that we activate Blackbird on. So now it does work on any sized monitor, even custom sizes. Oh, Divi works with Ninja 8. You have a link to that one? What else works with Ninja 8? Trying to get a list together of window managers that will do the job. No. Yeah, that's right. We don't have a weekly or daily. Cool. So now I'll just put the tick 2 and tick 1 up there. Yeah, this is going to be perfect. Perfect layout. Is my voice loud enough? It probably is now. Okay, and then I'll bring the tick charts up here. So with this set of workspaces, these, for lack of, well, just a lack of thought that went into it before I named them. I named them 5 chart displays, but it's really 1, 2, yeah, it's 5. So I'm gonna arrange it like this. Okay. And then 2, I'll put row 2 over here. Row 1 right there. So that's a layout for only 2 monitors. It's pretty decent, not bad. So all of your volume signals and momentum divergence signals will show up on the row 1 and the row 2. And then when they combine together with the market geometry signals from the tick one, then you'll get a full-blown signal on the Blackbird chart. So just to go over this new workspace briefly, you have the Min 6, which is that 138 minute. It depends on the market, what number of minute charts and what period those minute charts are. So it really just depends totally upon the market and really the volatility of the market. So this one's starting at the 138.2, and look at that. Wouldn't you know it? We went all the way back up. That's your turning point right there. Look at that. And see now what I'll do is I'll bring the toolbar up here, and you guys can get rid of this export button. In the next update, I'm going to have three different layouts. Should be hopefully next week, depending upon how long it takes to fix that build computer. Hopefully not long, because I have the help from that networking guy. Finally got back a hold of me yesterday, just in time. As a matter of fact, as I was sealing the deal on Spectrum. So didn't really work out the first time around, but I got a pretty decent deal this time. So Spectrum will be giving me 400 megabytes per second, while AT&T gives me 300. But AT&T, of course, has been hacked by China openly. Everyone knows it was a big story around here. And evidently, we've closed a consulate or two over there now. So there's some funny business going on. All right, let's see what this is looking like here. So I almost have to have a daily chart. But the bug that I had started talking about this earlier. The bug that I wanted to get Jeremy to fix had to do with moving these tab charts around. So if you do that, if you try to slide one, if there's Bloodhound on any of those charts, it's going to delete it automatically. And then you're left with having to reinstall, or actually you can just close the workspace and not save it and then reopen it, and then you're fine. But if you accidentally save it upon closing out, well, then you'll have to either rebuild that workspace, which is pretty rough right now, or uninstall and reinstall the templates, or just rerun the templates. Click on repair, and you should be fine. It's interesting. It's broken up high enough to where it's outside of the bounds of that channel. I'm getting carried away here again now, but I want to see what's happening. And we're going to do this in depth on Sunday evening at 4. And I'm going to start the trading room Monday as normal. It'll be a normal trading room day until we get this forum completed. I can't, keep you guys just in the lurch without knowing what's going on. I'm sorry I did that for so long with those of you that are in the trading room, but to be quite frank with you, I needed some time to get my head sorted out, brain transplant and whatnot. As you can see, it didn't take, so we're waiting for another donor. That looks a little fishy, almost as if it has rejected down from that most obvious spot. And now you're getting maybe a kiss goodbye before it goes back up. That does look awfully corrective back up though. I think you might have yourself a wave 2 of 3 down there, or wave 2 of C down. It's interesting. Really interesting spot. Oh man, come on. All right, you. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this thing working here, and it's wanting to add games. I don't play games. I don't want this crap on here. Here we go. Now we got it. Persistent. Okay. Oh, you. Yeah, she doesn't want to work today. I think I must restart the computer before my hotkey system would work. But anyway, what I want to show you is that now, once I store this layout, and I'll store it as layout number 1, I just want to make sure that if I want it to resume, if I want it to restore the chart zoom level, so the chart zoom level is this, how many bars close, or how many bars are visible within the maximized chart, like what is the width of the bar and the distance from midpoint to midpoint of each candle. So if you want it to restore that as well, and it now works with tab charts. So if I save layout 1, like, what is that, tick 1, let's say tick 2. And then 4, yeah. Right, so that's how I'm going to save this one. And then number 2, so I'm going to save this one. I'd show you the other ones, but that'd be to waste time. So it's going to save both of these workspaces. So if I save this layout of Windows into this button with these two workspaces opened and combined, when I open a third workspace, none of those windows have been handled. So if he hasn't, he's already done it, but the DLL is not in this installer. It's actually in a new DLL, and then I'll have to remake that installer once we get the build PC back up and running. But yeah, anyway, what was that? Yeah, it was going to make all of the charts that had not been handled go to behind any of the charts that are handled, so that all of the handled charts will be on top of any new window, NinjaTrader windows, whatever those may be, charts, alert windows, what have you, whatever. Those will all go to the back, and then the handled windows will be on top. So that'll be about the best that we can do with that. And I'm going to set it to handle charts only. And I'm not going to make it hide, minimized, and handled windows. When you do that, it basically eliminates from view all of the charts that you've minimized. So if you've got, you come over here and you hover over the NinjaTrader 8 icon, and you see this long list of charts. When I hover over it, so if I hid or minimized these top 5 here, and then when I clicked on a different button and then back to this button, it would no longer be showing these in this list of charts. Okay, so that tends to confuse people. And yeah, I just wanted to make it, as whatever, unconfusing, or how do I say that? Make it the least confusing possible, which I still have not quite done yet, but at any rate, so it's going to restore the chart zoom levels. And now I'm going to save it by clicking this little button right here, the checkbox, and it's a bool, meaning true or false. So when I click on it, it's going to save it and close it. So boom, clicked, saved and closed. And now if I rearrange these, let's say, what chart am I on now? I wasn't even showing that. All right, so let's go back to 4. So I've just saved this layout, right? Let's make a new one. Let's make one like this, where I zoom into the tick 1, and I've got the RTH3. Let's do the 10-minute. And I'll save that as button number 2. So I've got it set to restore the zoom chart level and handle only the charts. And then click to save, boom. And then now I'll click on 1. Look at that. It's even got back to the Min 4 chart and back to the tick 2. And then I click on 2, bam. Min 3, tick 1. Tell me that's not the coolest. Just that, my little thing isn't working. It's not going to work, so whatever. Just that in and of itself, that's my favorite addition that we've made that I think is going to make working with Ninja just so much faster. It's really, really pretty incredible. So that's about the gist of it. I've gone, oh my gosh, I've gone 5 hours. No way. Unbelievable. How do I do this? Well, I got through pretty much everything I wanted to get through. I don't know why it is. I think I can get through 10 hours of information in less than an hour, but anyway, any questions? A lot of guides will be coming next week. Yeah, I gotta go feed old Charles. Yeah, it does work with 4K monitors. Someone had asked a question earlier. You guys are licensed all right? Everybody's licensed for the whatchamacallit? How can you get the WinStore on your VPS? So there's a PowerShell script for getting the Windows Store. So look up run PowerShell script. To install Windows, it's the Microsoft Store. It is Windows Store. Reinstall Windows Store using PowerShell. To restore or reinstall the Windows Store, start a PowerShell. So that is to right click on the start button, the button in the bottom left. Get my little deal out here. Right click here. I've got it set to command prompt. Well, there's one of these settings that I shouldn't have shown you that one though. One of these settings will make it to where this runs PowerShell, but you can also just search PowerShell, and then there's your PowerShell. And you want to you want to click on that arrow and then run it as admin. Run PowerShell ISC. I think this is PowerShell 2 right here. It's admin. No, it's not. But that does give you a lot of other it tells you what's going on or what it's doing, but run it as administrator, and then you'll apply this PowerShell script here. Man, come on, where's the actual? There it is. Git app package Windows Store. No, I don't want this. Why does it keep telling me this? Yeah, just check this search out. And then get that correct PowerShell script, and that should do it for you. All right, you guys, y'all have a good one. Yes, there's already tab charts for all of them in there. So the tab charts are in this one here. I think it says TTP Master 5 charts. You've got 6E crude oil, ES. This is the YM, gold, NASDAQ, and the ZB bonds. Yep. So in that update installer that you have out now, that's in there. The next payment is not going to go through. So we're going to cancel the next payment. Yeah. For all those that have been signed up for the trading room, the next payment will not go through. We won't charge you the next payment. I thought that, did Cedric send out an email today about that? It was probably buried in the updated email. But yeah, so the next payment you won't be charged. So you basically be getting a week free. We'll refund it, John. We'll refund any of the payments that have occurred during the past few weeks. It's up to you. It's probably easier just to refund this one. I don't know how that's gonna work. We'll figure all that out on Monday though, for sure. We got a guy working on the Infusionsoft stuff right now, so he should be able to answer that question for us on Monday or Sunday evening, actually. Can't believe crude is all the way back up there. It hasn't even looked at coming back down. Didn't even think about it. To the tick off of that low. Look at that. It could be the high right there, 42. I'd be nervous to short it, but it's looking pretty good. Man, that looks really good. Goodness gracious. I can't make it look how I want it to look, but guess I can try. This one might do it. Yeah, what do you guys think about that chart? That's something else, isn't it? Buying opportunity of a lifetime down there. I'd be really scared to short it, but it suggests one more low, but sometimes that's where you get trapped. Man, this is what happens to me. It's why I can't open this stuff up while I'm trying to get stuff done. I just get sucked into it. It's an interesting one. I never thought to consider that. So that's a midpoint. Off of, well, off of that one, I guess. At the low. I'm doing one more chart. Oh, I don't have my old lists. Dang it. All right. Well, I can just, yeah, that'll work. Somebody else asked a question earlier and asked me about it again. Well, I can't find it now. All right, let's see. This is the back adjusted. Nope, it's the non-back adjusted. Doesn't seem right. Well, anyway. Oh, no, because I'm using Ninja's end of day feed. That's right. Yep. So it is non-back adjusted, and I don't have the toolbar on there. All right. Now let's see. Pinging off of those highs. it's going to be from here. And none of that's really helping me out. All right, I'd say that's 5 hours enough for today. Y'all have a good one. Master tabbed minutes folder. No, I created those two. And then I just moved the existing workspaces. You'll have to watch the beginning of the video to see what I did there. Just so you had a backup of these and didn't, use the tab charts. It's named TTP Master 5 charts, but it has nothing but tabbed minute charts. These are the tabbed minute charts. Why would it be the same as the separated? No, the separated is what comes in there. So these are not separated, these are tabbed. See? So I changed the name of 5 charts to tabbed charts, and then I added the folder TTP master separated charts, and then I copied the existing workspaces that came in there by default from the installer. So I copied those, and then I pasted them into this folder that I created, that TTP master separated charts, and I pasted them there. So that way, if I copied one of these, then I pasted it over this one, I would have a backup of that one. So the next update, there won't be any folders. They'll just be master separated charts or master tabbed charts. So, all right, I'd say YouTube's going to get a little PO'd about this one. I better shut it down. You guys have a good evening, and I will talk to you on Monday morning, bright and early. All right. Bye, everyone. Just make sure there's nothing in Slack. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. Yep, Sunday afternoon. That's right. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. All righty. All right. Bye, you guys. Have a good one. Good night.